Alright. Well, actually, it's not right. The controller's still on. Oh. Anyways, hi. I adjust my mic. I've been absolutely just insane with the microphone placements recently. I've been like eating all the way up top, just turning it around, upside down, whatever, just to try to keep it so that it's not in the way, doesn't get squashed by the table, I don't accidentally hit it, but it also does not go too far and take up too much space or hit the screen or like that. It's a working process, but I'm honestly, it's been a year since I got the new stand, and I've been very happy. No, it's been 6 months only. Fuck, how did I manage with that big fucking thing? Like full 4 years or something. Hell, it might even be longer. Good god. Actually, yeah, I think it was 4 years. It's when I had my first stream is when I initially got it because I wanted. Well, yes, I got it because I wanted to stream. And well, yeah. Sorry, I'm just rambling. Trying to get my thoughts in order. About to start up most likely the last. Well, I am starting up last stream for Ace Attorney, the Phoenix Wright trilogy at least. It's gonna take me a while to get to the Apollo stuff, Apollo Justice, because I have like 2 games in between at least, and then I'm not sure do I want to go for Apollo, because if I play Okami, how do you Okami sounds right. Okami, yeah, that something like that. If I play that one after story is free, and then afterwards I'm stuck with a well, I shouldn't say stuck with another Ace Attorney trilogy. The hell am I gonna be like? It's just gonna be me. It's just gonna be me killing my voice for an entire 2 months straight, or however long Apollo Justice is. Which, to be honest, is not the worst thing ever. Part of me really hopes that they don't get a voice acting into any of the later entries. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. I absolutely would love to see the talent that they would want to bring for this. But I think it works this way. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling. I'm a bit nervous because I actually realized I started this before Woolhaven came out. I think this was the first game I started this year, and I'm now about to finish. It's I was gonna say May, but it's already fucking June. Jesus Christ, man. I was trying to figure out something to do for Pride Month. There's a very noticeable trend online, and I'm not liking that. Would it specifically something to do in support of Pride Month to make sure I don't actually play into that trend that is currently going on, because I've been seeing a lot of places are not doing anything for it. Which, I mean, it's not necessary, but it's not a good sign when companies are ignoring it. Anyways, sorry, I shouldn't get into well, it's not politics. I don't know what it is. I shouldn't get into I shouldn't get into world circumstance. I should get into this world circumstance, which is, by the way, fucking insane. This honestly might be the most insane media I have ever actually encountered. It's a silly fucking courtroom simulator. Well, not a simulator. It's a visual novel about a lawyer, and it might actually be the most insane, media I have encountered. It like the most absurd. I don't know. It strikes such a weird balance, and I've been really liking it. Anyways, could my controller start up? Thank you. Okay, Bridge to Turnabout. Part 4-2. February 10, 1:06 p.m. District Courtroom number 7. Oh yeah, we're still in the courtroom. It wasn't even a recess. Well, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Actually, no, I think this might be a recess. Well, witness? No, this is a recess. No, this wasn't no recess. It just they all had to mentally pause for a moment. Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems like if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you see what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. Are you gonna tell us that there's no afterlife, or are you gonna tell us there is an afterlife and it sucks? Okay, if spirits are real, then wouldn't that mean that they're just watching over us? But clearly they're not omniscient, because Mia has directly interfered with with some of the trials. I guess they're just spirits that just wander around and they just like chill or whatever. Or maybe they exist in a vacuum, but they get summoned back to reality through spirit channeling. Their knowledge does not go past since the last they were in the world, which means that the Mia always remembers what happens when Maya channels her, but she doesn't like. I don't know if it has been established, so maybe she does observe and maybe she learns things. Long story short, I don't know how the fuck. I don't know the implications of the biblical accuracies there are to afterlife in this. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The plan. That's it. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. This is her 5th testimony. Well, this is the first one as Dahlia, but she was the... Anyways. Idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but I seem to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that. Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself try it. What is your stance on this? What's your stance on this? We're talking with a fucking ghost! Is nobody else freaking out over this? Clearly not. So I shouldn't either. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Another one of his rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. You kill Maya. Could it be true? I mean, I guess, yes. Well, actually, I think what's the transfer of the title of Master? Like, if Maya gets thrown in jail... No, fuck, actually, because... So, if Dahlia here gets sentenced to death, and she's in Maya's body... You gotta be a lot more specific with, who you're referring to with that, but, like... Yes and no. She dead, but she here. We don't know whose body this is. It's complicated. Okay, let's go. The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Wow, they do public hangings? Okay, they didn't specify public, but you don't really do hangings. What the fuck is this fucking universe? This is supposed to take place in 2022. They couldn't even... 23. Somewhere in that range. They couldn't even have, like, I don't know, the electric chair or, toxic injections or, I don't know. It's just... I mean, I guess they're trying to bring back the firing squad in America, so I'm actually gonna shut up about this. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Wow, Morgan has no fucking chill. And they executed her okay, she's been actually... She got her sentence 5 years ago already. Morgan only got it a year ago. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of grain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. Honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris?
Wow, they really did not like Iris, huh?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Dahlia Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams into the poor child's back. All because of pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die.
Maya would have to die? But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous. We've met the bitch. That is probably the closest to truth we're getting out of Dahlia.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal, the life of her daughter, and naturally that of Maya Fay.
How could anyone do that? I accidentally skipped that. I don't know why he went forward like that.
The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have blame pinned on Iris.
You? You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris crying anyway.
Well, why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Yeah, to be honest, this doesn't really make sense. Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. How about you go jug more of that poison you love so much? Anyway. The plan went wrong, but I seem to have succeeded anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. And now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fay.
Objection! That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just really cold and hungry. She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth?
Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people.
I did not expect we would get a main villain in this game, but damn.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Faye's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
She's just an evil bitch. That's all.
You may not understand it being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious I'm not like that woman? I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? Phoenix doesn't know how to satisfy women. Doesn't understand the concept of a satisfied woman.
So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. She wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plans so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Two things that are wrong. Misty being alive, and the way this was phrased. You can gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. I'm just curious to what like clearly the plan involved fire in some extent, but how was Pearl supposed to scourge Misty? Just dump her into the incinerator? Or did... So clearly, Morgan had a way to foresee the future. Like, somehow knew that this was gonna happen. There probably was, like, I don't know what it is, I don't know why this happened, I don't know how the fuck this came to be, but she knew where Misty was going to be, and she knew that Maya was gonna end up there as well. Unless... Yeah. Pearls was the one that recommended the place to Maya, so it must have been that Morgan gave Pearls the instructions to like be like, oh hey, you know how Maya is, you know, strong and competent, and I very much adore my nephew, and definitely don't want her killed. But she kind of sucks as a spirit medium. How about you take her to a I was gonna say an alpha male camp, but that's not what this is. But it's to be honest, it's be locked up in an icy room for like what was it, 12 hours, 10 hours, something like 6 hours, I think. No, I think it was 12 hours until you was he repeating a line for 30,000 times? it's the same thing, you know, like you pay millions just to be berated by people when there are people that will literally do that for a couple $100, and they would be professionals at it. And you could do it in privacy of your own, of the whatever the. Anyways, God, I just cannot escape that game, huh? Anyways, yeah. So Pearls was the reason why Maya ended up there, and where was I going with this? Yeah, so Morgan must have known that Missy was gonna be there. Oh, it would make sense. It would make sense. Morgan figured it out because of the books. Pearls likes those books, so Morgan must have known that Pearl's books were written by Misty, because she would recognize the image of taken by Loris, aka Larry, the dumb bitch that kind of, you know, apparently was the catalyst to this whole thing. Again, yeah. I can see the picture now. I'm just still curious of like what the fuck was the original plan to kill Misty? Like, did Morgan know about the lightning strike on the bridge? Because, well, okay, no, Pearls didn't even recommend going to meet up with Miss Elise or Misty, I guess. She wanted to talk with her, but Pearls didn't do that because Pearls had to be at the inner temple at the other time. Well, so Misty wasn't there. What the fuck even happened in this? Anyway, sorry, I was supposed to present evidence. I got completely sidetracked. That was 15 minutes already? I should save here. Sorry, I know I'm saving really aggressively, but I just don't want to waste too much time because I don't know how long this is gonna be. We have so many open questions still, and I have a feeling I'm about to present the wrong evidence. But my logic for this is because this is proof that it was Misty that was the master, who was the one who was supposed to die. Objection! And that's wrong.
The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but I can't see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize. Why are we still penalizing me?
I must be on the wrong track.
Nah, I feel like I'm. No, I think it's this one actually. I think this is the one where I'm supposed to do it. Nope. I am doing this wrong, huh? Maybe I'll just dial that back a little bit. Okay, I must have missed something important. Okay, so she's asking, like, surely you know what... Okay. I need to show evidence, yes. I showed you my evidence. Please respond. But she didn't know about the lightning strike. She did not know about the fire, though. So... Objection! No, that's not either. Really? Really? Am I supposed to... Like, the thing I'm seeing here is... Like, I'm supposed to point out a contradiction, and I'm pretty sure that's because... Objection! Really? Really? I'm not sure what the game wants from me right now. I think I'm completely lost then, huh? Okay. No, wait, is there info on the paper? Because, yeah, no, it doesn't have, if he had the, time when it was written, because I think Pearl said that it was done before... Is it sunny outside? What the fuck? Sorry, it's been raining for the last couple hours, and I was like, I expected it to continue. Might be a rainbow out there, huh? Nah, it would be this one. It does very much imply that the... So okay. It's not this thing, huh? That's not gonna come by yet. Which part is it then? No one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, about that. Evil spirits. Now the crime. That's gonna come up later. A little later. We already used it once, so there's a chance we might not even get to use it again, but... Man, I'm just... Is it really not? Okay, so we're not gonna talk about the person that died. Cool. I'm getting nowhere with this, huh? I'm just really... I guess I'm just not picking up what I'm supposed to, like, figure out from this. Like, what her goal was. But I don't think we know enough. I did try this one as well already. Yeah, I did. This is difficult. I think I might need to... I need to do this again. Just to see what's, like, going on. Execute it. Discuss the plan. Morgan Fay. Needs to meet with her. But why would she need to kill her? Like... Dahlia doesn't have any powers, supposedly. Or didn't have any powers. Neither did Iris. Yeah, like, I don't get why Morgan had a problem with her. I mean, clearly she didn't care for her existence, but like... God, this is started off as a real fucking pickle, huh?
Objection!
Could anyone do that? Okay. Wait, is this new? No, this is not new. Backstepper comment is weird because I don't think we still know exactly how did she...
Objection!
This is a tough one. Did I try the gravy one? I think I tried the gravy one already. Like, I think it's this one, but like... Like, I guess it's nothing to do with Misty. What about pearls, though?
No, it's not Pearls either. No, it's not Pearls either. I'm trying to figure out what the... There are so many angles of this, and I have so many options as well. It's gonna take me a while.
Objection!
It's not the knife either. I was like, there are things wrong with the statement. There are so many things wrong with the statement, but like, well, it's not necessarily wrong with the statement itself. Maybe I do need to find a statement that actually has something wrong with it. The question still lies, why did they kill Misty?
Objection!
Like, I know why they killed Misty, but like, I'm trying to like, based on what she's saying.
Objection!
No, I tried this already, I think. Ugh, come on, do I need to try it on the... Did I try it on the... God, I can't remember. Like, normally when this opens up a new dialogue, this is where I'm supposed to, like...
Objection!
No. Like, I'm so unclear as to what the game wants from me. Maybe I'm supposed to present this one here.
Objection!
No. Apparently just the fact that it's... Because I believe that it literally has nothing to do with Maya. Like, Maya being the one to blame is, you know, or like the one to kill is not the goal. Because, once again, Maya is not who died. Yet, at least. At the risk, though. It literally could be any of these. It could be any of these, and it could pretty much be any of the evidence. Well, it can't be Edgeworth, really. I still... think it's the last one. This is the one because this is the one I unlocked. This is the one I got for pressing her. And, it's not the knife, it's not the letter, it's not the talisman.
Objection!
It's not the lantern either. Well, now I know for a fact. I'm gonna be just, you know, taking shots, trying to figure this out, and I don't know, like, which one of these is it then? How is it, like...
Objection!
I have nothing else that pinpoints at... What actually would happen if I... If I fail this, what would actually happen? Who's gonna be claimed guilty? Do we just not believe, like... Huh? Actually, how would that go? So it's not the fact that literally Misty was killed. Victim staff, Morgan Faye.
Objection!
It really has nothing to do with Misty. It actually has nothing to do with Misty, apparently. It's not Pearls either. No, actually, I should try Pearls here. The game's been a little more... No. This is actually ridiculous. So why does it penalize me? It's still so silly to me. Come on.
you understand why I would kill my FA now? What my goal was? Goal was revenge, to be honest. Just to be a bitch. Did I try Iris?
Objection!
No, I didn't try Iris either. Like, I've tried Maya. Have I tried Maya, actually? Yeah, I did try Maya. I tried Maya. I've tried Pearls. I tried Elise. I've tried Iris. I haven't tried Lori's yet, but I don't think I need to.
Objection!
Morgan, no. Seriously, which one? Is it not the statement then? But I don't see what else it would be. This is the only one that's like... Because it did, like... The obvious ones earlier were not taken either. So, like...
Objection!
No, it's not this either. Seriously, what is this? It's such a bizarre thing. Come on. I can figure it out. Well, I mean, this is technically, at this point, this is just me trying. And just trying to figure out what the, like... I'm trying things that are, like...
Objection!
Maybe I'm stuck on the wrong statement. It very well could be the wrong statement. And it's not Morgan, it's not Dahlia. It's not Iris, it's not Elise. It could be Bikini, technically. Her goal was to break her back. It's probably not Godot. It's not Pearl. Could be...
Objection!
Are you... I really want to know where this one's going.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Faye herself?
Oh, actually... Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. Of course, she wanted vengeance. And it would... Yeah, because Mia was the one who fucking... Mia was the one that got... Oh my god. True. Mia was the reason she died.
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You want to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Faye.
Okay, this does make sense. I just didn't quite figure it out. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I forgot about the whole her getting her. Like, I realized that Mia is largely connected to this because of the family name alone, but I was like, well, but they know that she's dead. Like, you cannot punish a dead person. Yeah, okay, fair.
I somehow knew this was it.
Well, after trying for 20 minutes, holy shit.
I once sent her a message. It was that at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Miafe had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
How do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
Okay, we're going there after the afterlife talk.
I want to take it away the person that Mia Faye loved most. I want to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Faye. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that. For that, you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Faye.
Cat ears is still disturbing.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Huh. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you could do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized in this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hasakura Temple. And so he was at least Dogston who channeled her after all.
Okay, so like... I could see... No, but this doesn't... That doesn't make sense.
That ridiculous het nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What do you do then?
That guy, it was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At that last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Whose body are you currently holding?
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork.
She eats by hand. Fully by hand.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
Stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
We're in a sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed. With one of those strict locks, I somehow had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I would like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead.
Okay, that very much does sound like this actually this could be Maya channeling her. But why? Where do these people get the idea to channel her? Like, is there just like a is there just a note on a tree saying that like, if you have spiritual powers, please channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Picture for reference. Like, why would Misty do that? Why would Maya do that? Pearls had a reason, but she couldn't. I don't think Bikini has any powers either. And I don't think Iris couldn't have. Iris couldn't have. She was in a different location, I think. How the fuck does this even work?
And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
There goes your one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
And you're saying? You're actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I want to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible.
No, actually, no. I figured out why Maya would know, or how Maya would know. I think I got it. I think I got it. So if Maya was attacked... If Maya was attacked by Dahlia... No, that doesn't make sense either. But I could see Maya being the one channeling... No, but then how could she get out? What the fuck is this even?
But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself all the way at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
Wait, what do you mean remove the lock? Why would the lock be on that? No, actually, does make sense.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
That breach had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she had come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
Oh. Huh?
I have finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Faye.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written on the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was...
Pearls couldn't read properly. Did she help? Did she help? Did she ask Elise for help with reading? Is that how this fucking conspired? Transpired. Conspired would be
Misty Faye, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Faye. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most foul sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother.
No way. Order! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Faye, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection!
Ridiculous, that's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What do you mean? Why is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Faye has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Nah.
Eagle River.
Maya Faye killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever.
Except that's where we have 2 cases. Honestly, I don't think this river is as deadly as they say. Thus far, the 2 cases we know of, the people lived.
So what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Whose ringtone is that?
Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
I figured. What? Which theme is this? This is the... This is the theme that played when it has something to do with Mia. That I know for a fact. It's not Mia's theme, but I think it's the theme that was played when at the end of a case. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's it was, I think this was when the second case was concluded, and like it's like a somber little, like, it's a little sad, it's a little like how would I say, it's sad but also hopeful. And I think I'm connecting this with a my you know, trying to come to terms with, you know, Mia being gone. Yeah. That would make sense.
What kind of ringtone is that?
Beep.
Good O here. I see. Okay, thanks.
Beep.
Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fair? It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be.
Where... Are we gonna address the elephant or the dead body in the room? Dead spirit in the room? Or no, the living... Are...
We'll get there when we get there, I guess. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No.
Seems this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of the Lee Stokes team, also known as Mr. Fur, was her own daughter, Maya Fair. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fair jumped on to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River.
Can't be.
No, that was Godot.
Huh. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is this supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself in the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth?
Huh?
Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself in the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible.
Because of the rocks.
It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Wright. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
Yeah, there's a very glaring thing that Phoenix is missing.
That's impossible? Mike can have thrown herself in the Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Frey threw herself in the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Yes, actually, there's a glaring glaring contradiction right now.
That's it? That's your answer? Huh. The only one that should be thrown into rivers.
What do you mean?
But then again, even if you did it, you wouldn't reach the river, would you?
I wouldn't reach it.
Don't get your panties all twisted up.
Oh, sorry. I jumped the gun on that one. Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah, you know, my bad. If Phoenix didn't get thrown into it, he threw himself.
It's impossible jumping the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped in the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map.
Okay, we're building up for the big conclusion here. Sorry, I jumped the gun on this. My pacing's been completely off the whole stream. I'm sorry about that. This is supposed to be a big finale, and I'm kind of fucking it up, to be honest.
As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh. You're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo.
Huh. So you finally figured it out. Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Aldern, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye was inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself in the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is just one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
I'm gonna save I know I'm putting myself against the ropes here, but... Well, that's how you gotta live at times.
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Now the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is in this very inside? Maya Faye is...
In this very courtroom!
There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What?
My face. You say she's in my courtroom?
Slam's desk. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Why not? That's obvious. It's Pearl Faye. That pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time this happened.
Is there any explanation for why you couldn't channel the spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct?
Somebody restrain her right now.
It wasn't Pearl's that channeled you. It was someone who called you before she could.
Somebody pinned this lady down. In a, you know, like, restrictive manner of, like, making sure that she does not do any harm to the current body she's currently occupying. An absolute squatter situation. Okay, so I did actually predict... I did see the big picture here.
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person telling you right now must be Maya Fey. What?
But how could that be? Remember that this witness, Dolly Haldren, said about her goal. She said her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Grams, what would happen? Could it be?
It looks like you finally understood, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
Dahlia never was, this, you know, the sharpest tool in the shed, but at least she had plenty other tools to keep around.
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Little old me? Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Asakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? Oh! You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you. That Maya's hiding place was you.
Okay, this actually is one of the most wildest out of context statements. I love it.
No! No! Don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by the little whelp?
No, but she's... Yeah, but her hair color right now is clearly brown. So does that actually apply though? But then again, Pearls has a lighter color as well. This is brown. Sure as hell is not as dark as this is. Yeah. Pearl has a lot lighter. But Maya has a lot darker. Mia actually would be the... Well, no, even Mia is not that fitting. To be honest, Iris is the only one that has this color hair but like... I'm pretty sure they just use the same sprite for... Yeah, but this isn't as dark as Maya either, so, you know. But I'm pretty sure it just, you know... It's just for the gameplay purposes. Or then I don't fucking know. I don't know the details.
Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
No it ain't.
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you.
Then again, I mean, to be honest, like... This, like, it is a darker hair color. So maybe she just didn't, like... Even if she would actually have Maya's hair color, maybe it's close enough where she didn't quite, you know, see the difference. She's been dead. Well, she most likely never even met Pearls. So there's a chance that she doesn't know what color Pearl's hair is. No, but she would have... I don't know. She probably just... Once again, she's not the sharpest tool in the shed.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well... Me, of course.
Wait. Like the moment the line came up, I knew it was gonna be Mia, but like the fact that she's in the courtroom means that Pearls was here all along. Or that Mia has become so powerful that she could just manifest into being, though that's hair. Fuck, actually, she does keep the hairstyle as well. No, but actually, this is getting too complicated for me. I'm just gonna wrap this up.
Mia. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Huh. You're something else.
What are you doing here? That hair, it's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did? That was surprising since she was about to be killed.
Okay, so apparently the spirits do keep... They are aware of what's going on around them. So in other words, Mia could just be... Well, then again, there's God knows how many cases. She's probably just hanging out with Maya.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. It was Maya who put the lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearls didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
Huh. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Gosh, it sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to this pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? To think about, Dahlia, remember all the past crimes. No single one of them was a success. They all ended in a failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Fallens escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a president and that weakling of a policewoman. And then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Huh? Well, I'm still alive. You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe the smack happy-go-lucky smile off your face! And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster!
Wow, harsh words.
I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True. Huh? But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
She's got a low ego.
That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You're wrong. It can be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now.
God. Ugh. Good enough, actually. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm not ready to go.
Ugh. Actually, that's a better shot. Less of a spoiler. I have a little unclear image, but... Oh. That's a familiar face.
Nick, sis.
For a moment, I thought she faded away. Well then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I'm sure you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, I appears that everything was finally being cleared up. Mr. Garo, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell she came from. It seems that Missy Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, are also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank,
Hi, Frank.
my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the current channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my my many years on this bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
I never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hasakura Temple.
Objection!
He still wants to argue about this.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Kuro?
His trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Dahlia's testimony?
Yeah, because there's still the whole incriminating factor of what happened to the corpse. And also that Maya would have been stabbed. Or Maya would have stabbed, yeah, true.
I got up her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger and got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Okay, I definitely could not have finished this in an hour yesterday. I mean, I just spent 20 minutes just being stuck on literally a super simple situation.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Doig's name. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over?
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Gumshoe? No, don't.
Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery.
I guess it would be Maya, right?
The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Huh, isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event that will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya?
Oh yeah, she's been through hell and back. Let's have her testify in court right away, without any break, without any investigation. Just, yeah.
She can't testify after what she's just been through.
Okay, Phoenix is actually speaking the truth for once, or actually smart for it.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
I could have had one more day of investigation, to be honest.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Okay, they are at least being sensible, for once, about something.
Hey Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve.
He's not wrong, Phoenix. He's not wrong.
But that's not going to happen this time.
Well, are you gonna do a no girls allowed in this, courtroom? That would be something you would do.
This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
Huh?
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
February 10, 2:56 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby. Oh, it's like a bit over 1.5 hours. Lobby number 1.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had gone with me to the Hazakura temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong, she never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Mallory ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando.
Oh yeah, Armando was a character also. Too bad he didn't stay around for too long, but you know, he seemed kinda neat, but I don't know. I think the game couldn't really handle 2 characters that drink a lot of coffee. The coffee industry couldn't handle 2 characters that drink a lot of coffee. I mean, he's out there somewhere, but like, you know, probably just retired.
After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth.
Oh, he did die. True. Yeah, well, that would explain it. Sorry, I keep like I know that this was stated. This was stated in the first case of this game. I completely forgot about it. Like I forgot about it. I remembered again that yes, this is where Armando came in. Like the name actually rung a bell, and I was like, wait, surely it's not. But then that doesn't make sense. But it does make sense. Yeah, so too bad Armando died. Once again, good for the coffee industry. Well, not good for the coffee industry, but for coffee production. Coffee beans worldwide celebrate that there's only one heavy coffee drinker character in this universe.
Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You... That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Ellie Stoicsnim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
Beep.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly.
Beep.
I can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Whee!
Still an insane stunt to pull off.
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she couldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mr. Elise always held. I knew it.
Okay, what about the other end? Like, surely... I hope I haven't misunderstood how the staff works. But this was like a... It's like a hidden blade inside the staff, so you need to sheath. It's like a... You need to unsheath the thing. So it needed the counterpart as well. How did they... Never mind.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Mr. Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with this shikishido. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see.
Could you at least give a reason why? Like, entertain me for just a little moment. Just a tiny bit longer. Why the fuck not? Victim step up that in the court record.
Okay. Defendant,
Yes.
the judge is calling you. I want to see you inside. I want to see you in his chambers. There are some questions about Jolly Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me.
Blushes uwu.
So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. Emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Ellie Stokes really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
She is an indestructible force of nature. Not unstoppable, but indestructible.
What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself.
Why would anybody tell Phoenix? Why would anyone tell me? Why do I need to struggle? Why can't everything in life just be laid out in front of me? Why is everything so hard? I love when I get to roleplay in video games. Unfortunately, that day is not today.
The trial is about to start. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who he was.
Exactly.
That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the girl wasn't just there by accident. Which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple site by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. The culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
Okay, who was not at the... Well... Out of all the possible characters... So I'm going to say it wasn't Maya. Mia, unfortunately, was dead at the time. Pearls was the one who knew about the plan. My guess is that it's actually Elise. She herself, to control of herself, killed herself. No, but there's something that somebody called. It would have needed to be somebody that knows about the staff. No way, she stabbed in the back. Yeah, I'm gonna say... Unfortunately, Pearls is the... I hate the idea, but... Unless Morgan was somehow there. If it was actually Larry, that would be crazy. She did say she did something bad. No, but what's the bad thing she said? But we don't have that many characters in this. Okay, recap. How many people were at the scene? There was Maya, who was in the temple. Locked up. Well, actually, no. She was at the garden. Was attacked by Elise. We have Pearls, who was also on that side of the temple. Oh, true. Yeah, she did say the gravy. Yeah, she did gravy thing because she fell asleep. She tried to channel, couldn't succeed, fell asleep, had a nap, had a popsicle, failed to channel again, got sad, had another popsicle, tried to channel again, and then decided to desecrate the popsicle by gravy. Yeah, so it wasn't her. Bikini was at the, okay, it wasn't Godot either, probably. Most likely no Gumshoe, but I keep my eye on him. He's a super soldier after all. Bikini was at the temple. Misty was honestly, like, okay. Misty was currently being possessed by... Dahlia. Well, yeah, Gumshoe was also on the other side. That's true. Iris was... Wait, fuck, where was Iris the whole time? She was on the same side. Yeah, I'm trying to piece this together like as well as I can, because I want to be a bit more ready than I was last time. When I started the stream, I still fumbled so fucking bad. I killed the pacing completely for myself. Probably not Larry. He would have ended up stepping himself somehow. Francisca also was on the other side. Miles Edgeworth, this rascal, also on the other side. Technically, Phoenix was trying to cross the bridge. Dahlia was also on the other side. It would be a fucking miracle if it was Morgan, but she's also in the solitary confinement. For as far as we know, and we need to operate with what we know. So yeah, so Pearls fell asleep. There was also the couple of things we don't know yet is the stone lantern and this. A dagger is still to be analyzed. So it needed to be somebody that knew of the plan. It wasn't Maya. My guess is it was Misty herself. Knew of the plan and then, you know, like... Yeah, but why would she channel Dahlia to begin with? That's the part I don't understand, yeah. I guess we'll see. Like, there was something going on with this lantern. I don't know what the significance of the snow is yet, but I guess we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna go forward because I don't want to spend too much time just pondering about something that I probably will not figure out just yet.
As much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia.
Where did I save this, actually?
Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. Well, exactly Maya seed anyway.
I need to see when did I save last time. It was 40 minutes ago. So there hasn't been an intermission yet? Or was there intermission and I just completely glanced over that?
Exactly Maya seed anyway. And who was it that actually killed Mr. Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself.
To be continued? Okay, there it is. That's what I was waiting for. I sure hope I reset my, you know, court cred because, like, kind of suck. Alright, I'll finish this here and now and here and there. February 10, 3:36 p.m. District Court to courtroom number 7.
Now, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Tests.
Yes, test. On a bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that's... I totally forgot about it.
I didn't.
And that's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what was the result? Was it the victim's blood or...
Due to time constraint, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certain.
It's of the Fae bloodline, right? Motherfucker.
The blood that was not... The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
It's not the victim's blood.
Who has been stabbed though?
Who here actually has been stabbed?
That is all. Well then, let's restart this trial.
Oh yeah, I guess that... I was like, how the fuck do they come to the conclusion like that it's not the victim's blood, but they don't know whose blood it is? But then I realized that, yeah, they compared it to the victim's blood. Because that was the most important thing, that they were low on time, so they had to do, like, a quick one.
Wasn't Missy's blood on the dagger? Then whose was it?
Dagger updated in the court record. Well, we already knew that it's... Okay, two things that we don't know yet. Why the land... Well, okay, the lanterns were lit at the... But not the big stone lantern was not lit. There was snow... Somebody removed the snow from around it. Also... Dahlia wrote Maya's name on the lantern before fading away. Was stabbed in the back. But this knife was not used again, so Maya did not have a weapon. Or if Maya had a weapon... Yeah, but nobody would know about the staff. Nobody would know about the staff. Except for Misty.
Okay.
I'm sure both the defense and prosecutor know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey, my profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. law offices.
Is that her official title?
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Joachim's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any.
Objection.
Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let us hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
At the inner temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and I ended up against a stone lantern. The guy screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you was Dahlia Halden, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I just couldn't see. I don't know who he was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Seems like it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
At the inner temple.
Passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Who else was at the inner temple outside that night? Well, she's the beginning, of course. But I remember her saying the Iris would be coming out later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgewood at Bikini has to go to temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, the Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. And someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well... I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do?
Press her harder.
Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
Oh, Stark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Now to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. It was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by testimony thus far, the end of the attack was most likely...
The spirit that was channeled by Dilly's toxin. Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and I ended up against a stone lantern.
Hold it!
What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking of my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my head at the time.
Oh no, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions were understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
Hold it!
You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck.
Mood.
It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have sought my ropes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details?
My last hope.
Wait a minute, Maya. What's this last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, alright? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Mine's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at.
So there was a third individual there. I mean, we know who was there, but...
That's why I was screaming for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
There is... Okay, once again, there's one individual, to my understanding, that could have been on that side of the bridge. And there's one individual that Maya would want to protect. But also, who the fuck would stab a child? No. No. The blood is Maya's. Possibly. Well, I don't actually know. There haven't been any confirmed wounds on anyone. What am I not thinking? I went through the entire, you know, like technically could be Mia possessing Pearl. Okay. Just to run this, just so I stay on track. Maya was on that side. She was in the garden getting attacked by Misty, currently being controlled by... Okay, fine.
Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Beyond the attacker, there was another person?
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
This man says so many things. Honestly, I think he's been talking probably this entire goddamn, you know... He probably talks to himself this entire time. just we only listen to him when he actually has something to say to the court.
It's out of pressure.
You're in court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
Man? There's a man in there somewhere? Holy fuck, it was Phoenix. Was there another person that was mentioned? Yeah, well, only one man over there. I mean, but Larry wasn't on that side, was he? But Phoenix could not be an unreliable witness, could he? Was there another person that was mentioned to be there? I'm really trying to wrap my head around as to who the fuck was there. Because Larry, I mean, for as far as we know, Larry was sleeping. Out of all these characters, who was there? Maya was on that side. Pearl was on that side. Godo was not there. Gumshoe, not there. Bikini, not there. Elise was there. Or Misty. Iris was on the other side. Phoenix met Iris on the other side, and yeah. It could not have. So, Larry was. Who else was in that area? I thought it was just Bikini and Iris. It was just Bikini and Iris on the at the temple, right? Was there another person? I don't think there was another person maintaining that. Not present for the first. Yeah, but like Pearls wasn't there, so out of all the possibilities that I'm seeing, Larry was the first trial. Edgeworth was at the first trial. Phoenix, funnily enough, was not at the. That's true. I mean, we only have so many men in this series, which is really bad for my voice. But like, Phoenix, honestly, is the only guy, but also how the fuck could it be Phoenix? Phoenix wasn't at the trial. But there's literally no way. Because we know where Phoenix was at the time. There's one other. Who am I missing? Who am I not? I mean, it's not Edgeworth, he didn't even know, but he wasn't even in country. In the country. I mean, I should let's just keep going with this. I mean, Larry. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay. No. I mean, that would be insane. No, but that would be insane. That would be insane. No, like, there's... because, okay, Larry was the one that called Edgeworth, and we know where Larry was. Larry was on the same side as Phoenix, so it wasn't Larry. Gumshoe showed up. Wait. Gumshoe showed up to investigate. He was the one fixing the bridge. Somebody made a really fucking quick appearance. Very quick appearance. Okay, okay. I was shocked when he... Okay, anyways.
A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when the knuckle is there for trading. Hey, you know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Something warm splashed over me.
You don't mean, was it?
I didn't know at the time, but I think it was probably blood.
She's saying that's when Miss Doixton, who was channeling John.
Son of a bit. Why? Why does it start? Oh my god. Something warm splashed. No. 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 Come the fuck on with this game, man. Until the game shows me actually concrete evidence, I'm not believing that. Who the fuck carries coffee? Actually, that is a very smart thing to carry coffee with you in a little thermos. Jesus fucking Christ.
Is she saying that when Miss Doixton, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
In that moment, I was paralyzed with fear.
He also knew about the weapon.
He was leading that thing on the entire goddamn time.
That would explain.
That would explain so much. No, it's ridiculous. That when I was paralyzed with fear, I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that.
No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad.
I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can't tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something.
Yeah, the reason they show this one is because the stone lantern was actually not lit.
So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's a killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Ellie Stoicsnim, otherwise known as Missy Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, hi Frank. Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that soul lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this.
He's got a lot of explaining to do.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tri's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness' mental state is highly unstable right now. It's no hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say? Little bitch? I have 300 confirmed kills, or at least one in this courtroom.
If there truly was no light in the garden, and there's a fatal contradiction in the witness' last bit of testimony.
Nick!
May I? Recall the witness' statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe the person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would mean Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No! I wonder why would she recognize somebody in the dark?
Order! What is it the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright?
If only there was like some kind of red vice. Jesus, this is insane. Actually, fucking insane.
Are you saying Miss Frey saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Try. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot.
Huh.
Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. You talk a good game, Tried, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling you a bluff.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop! I mean, what is the option here? Either we have Iris get, you know... This is insane. This is insane. This is... All of this is actually insane. And I forgot to send a message today that I was supposed to say. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll do it tomorrow.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. Run and murder Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer. I'm an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
I really did not see this coming. And if this turns out to not be real, I have to applaud this game for like... Jesus guys. Jesus fucking Christ.
Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Who was this person that you saw, say Miss Frey saw in the darkness?
Jesus Christ. Honestly, nothing is ever gonna top that drawing. Nothing is ever gonna top that drawing. That might actually be one of my favorite levels of nonsense I have ever witnessed in a video game. Slams desk.
Because if it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes.
You know, okay, this is something that I don't know if I ever talked about this, but I really like the fact that this game plays it off cool to have these wacky characters that have these wacky features, and it does not. I mean, I'm gonna have this play out. I'm gonna have this play out as is. I'm not gonna interrupt one bit during the actual thing, but I want to say this now. I like the fact that this game really like really takes itself seriously enough where we have an absolute weirdo cyborg and whatever the fuck in the on the prosecutor's stand who canonically has like a visor or like a mask of some sort. I don't know exactly what that qualifies as to help him see. And while one could keep that as a wacky character design, keeping him on the exact same level as everybody else regardless, or okay, that's just a interesting character design. They wanted it's a little anime, it's a little just to have him look cool and like that. They also absolutely acknowledge it in the story. They absolutely make that a real factor in this. Like, it's a genuine fact. It's not played off as a joke. He actually has that mask and he actually is noticeable. It's actually glows red. It's so good. Yeah, like they brought attention to that. And they played it off as a joke the first time around with the whole ketchup stain. And then the second time, they paid more attention to that. Naturally, I will admit, I probably would have still taken it completely as a joke if it wasn't brought up so many times and discussing the character. But like, they set this up perfectly, and I think I understand why everybody keeps telling me that Godot is the GOAT. And here we go. Also, it was actually kind of funny. This does actually, before I continue, it's kind of funny that there was a continuation to the that based on everything that we're about to find out now, the bloody letters on the lantern came out as a surprise to Godot. Like, he genuinely was shocked by that, and he wasn't aware of that. I love that. Like, I don't know, that's such a great little detail as well. Anyways.
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
What? This is, it can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Try it.
Well, everyone, it's the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Huh.
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong! I never saw that!
Maya.
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What?
Witness, Mr. Wright, what the...
Objection!
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up.
The killer. Fuck, that would have been quite the fucking callback. If the killer would have come to rescue Maya.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lander had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
Wow. You're saying a woman couldn't have done that?
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize, it's as Mr. Goddard said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Ridiculous.
When I came there, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that correct? Is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
Okay. I know you say that in jest in a way, but also, like, I actually know exactly how that works. I know exactly how that works.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple?
Could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too. The killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, this place totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Torches were lit and the body was gone. Torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
I'll probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did really look like it. It did really look odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangle shape around the lantern.
Oh yeah, it was done. It was done specifically to clear out the blood. Yeah, that makes sense.
There are lost shovels around the inner temple, but they were all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah! The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. The killer scooped up just a little snow that was stained with blood.
Or if there are some mysteries behind this issue.
I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes! But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry! The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moved the body by pendulum, manipulated the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that?
Okay, to be honest, this explains a lot. And this especially explains how the fuck anybody... If there's one person that could pull off the pendulum move, one person, it would be this guy. It would be this guy.
Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on.
Which one was the one I was supposed to press?
There's a killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? Must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scenes, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one in her temple that night. And since the beginning, I had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
This is actually gonna be a pretty fucking good callback to the first game's last case. Not the DLC case, but the Edgeworth one. Or the Von Karma one. Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened.
Maybe for your sake?
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If a real identity had come out, then it would have been terrible. Master Crane killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
I think I'm about to ask. I'm about to be asked to present. And, well, I'll deliver.
Okay, nothing happening from this.
I think I still need to press these again. Yeah, I know. I know exactly why. I know exactly why so much snow was taken away.
You never saw the killer, right?
Yes, Barley.
Barley very clearly stated that. You saw a man behind your attacker.
Fuck, that didn't actually get me anywhere.
Discussion when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think when the victim was...
Yep.
The question here is what exactly, like... Because I don't think it's for her sake. Well, technically is, but like... God, I'll try it.
Objection!
Really? Oh, fuck it, we'll go with one try. I thought this was... Or then... Well, now I'm once again stuck at a little bit of a... Pressing any of these doesn't do anything. Because what I'm thinking is actually could be that the dagger might reveal a lot more than might reveal a lot more than we think.
Objection!
No, okay, it wasn't that one. Got it. Fine. Okay, let's go back here. It's this statement, but I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's the connection. I know the motivation, but like...
Objection!
No, it's not that either, really. No, don't call it faulty. Let's figure out the connection. Like, it's so rough that this game is doing this now, where it's like being so very specific. Some of these are really easy, and then this one is like, ah, well, you know. I mean, I could try Godot again, but...
Objection!
No. Really, not that either. Just lying there on the training hall floor. Time to go back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Body was gone. 2. I mean, this is something I could technically try to, you know, object to, but do I have anything that works here? Because it wasn't this one either. This was found at the murder scene. It's not the dagger either. Is there anything else here at all? Is there anything here that would actually point towards... normally it's also the statement where... No, actually, was it last time? I don't remember if it was last time. I think it was last time as well. I don't remember anymore. I have no recollection anymore. Oh yeah, it was last time as well. Yeah.
Objection!
Okay, it's not. We're not talking about that either. About the whole. How did the killer know? We need to somehow prove that it's not for Maya's sake. Oh wait, I tried Dolly, but I did not try Iris. No, Iris isn't it either. Damn. I just tried Godot again.
Objection!
Nope. Nope, it's not Godot again. This is such a weird thing. Such a weird... So I have tried, I had tried the dagger. I had tried the talisman. What else did I try? I tried the letter as well. I tried Mia. I tried Godot. I also tried Dahlia. Maybe he's just protecting Larry. Is it?
Objection!
No, it's not that either. Oh. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, I was thinking too far ahead on that, actually. Yeah. Because I figured that the lantern's gonna come back later on, but like, yeah.
Objection!
Yeah. No, that's actually that's very fair. I should have realized this a lot earlier. I was like, okay, we're gonna, like... Yeah, fair enough. I forgot about the whole, yeah, the name is actually quite incriminating. I remembered that the name was a thing that Godot missed, but like, yeah, fair enough.
The body of Ellie Stokeston was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow hat that we suspected was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. Reasonable to believe all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene.
Yeah, exactly, but I thought that this was gonna come up later. Yeah, to be honest, this is the logical. Out of all the things I have right now, this is the logical next step. So fair. Yeah. Like, I figured this is, like, yeah. I should have just made the connection there. I just thought that we were gonna have one step between. Either we're gonna jump directly. Yeah, fair enough.
Reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh, and what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's a message written in blood on the lantern.
Huh.
It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing of the lantern?
Well, you're right. Order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Yeah, I think I know the reason.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in the blood on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it.
Professor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that crime had occurred there. If that's the case, They wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
Normal.
You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this accident. You could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. That's right. I'm being ableistic.
Who would that be? Who's this person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Okay, we're kind of going around in a circle here.
Misakuro, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
That does not qualify as a goggle in my opinion.
Can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Kuro?
His lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it is as clean as a whistle.
Misakuro, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Trebien.
This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Kuro. Why have you not explained the bloodstain on the to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood color stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You can see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red.
Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Kuro, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on this lantern?
Jazz music starts. No, not yet.
Hey Grams, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
He doesn't see the tea?
I wasn't sure about until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Kuro is the murderer, but there's no going back now.
Once again, murder is a really strong statement here. I feel like this was done in defense of somebody else. It's not really premeditated kill necessarily.
There's no going back now. If only figure out the truth. Misakuro, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Doixnin, also known as Miss Misty Faye.
It's hard to believe this might be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti mean to the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, try it.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow?
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide bloody snow, why not take out just the area?
Yes, why didn't he take just the area? Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of that snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Is it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
No chance. The doors were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems... Once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Hold it. Maya, no.
Wait, just a minute. Wait, just a minute. Maya,
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? Why am I...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. Shit, didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor. Let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Huh. Nicely done, Wright. Right, well, let's hear the witness testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
I still don't know why this case is still even going on.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. A little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. Pearl was also stuck up the inner temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. She found Pearly first and cheered her up right up.
Where's this Burley?
It's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about...
This was already established.
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm probably sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath.
Huh. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started.
This is insane.
After the incident.
Pearl was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. So where did you think Pearl slept that night? In a spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during the acolytes training.
Right, but so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It was that Pearl became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Doixnim. The next morning she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple site, end to end. Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The temple site has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room. There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack, too. Pearl was looking for other people, right? Or would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that wouldn't be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. I didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I would at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during that night. And she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we didn't know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, though she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
That's when Misakuro arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. It was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Misakuro.
Hmm? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. White, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Well, oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godo?
He's just not gonna answer.
Hot nights and even cold, hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So you had never visited the Hasagura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
Huh. You want to say something, right?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Koro's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, and then Misakuro found Pearly first and cheered her right up. He cheered her right up? That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Misakuro.
Well, I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Many things can be true.
Huh, cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style.
God fucking.
Okay, let's ask about cheering Pearls up.
So I cheered Pearls up.
When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat, even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked me about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearly?
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story.
Yeah, the thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of importance here. Where was Koro when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least Doixnin.
Well, let's ask the other one then. Is there anything he would have missed? This is insane. This whole thing is fucking insane.
You said that you conduct an investigation of your own. Did you just find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, right? After all, I didn't miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Carlos.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
That's fucking insane, actually.
So, from there you headed for the prep room?
Wait a sec, what did Koro just say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spots.
Yeah, so he knew that the poster... Yeah.
There's only one thing of importance here. Where was Koro when the murder was taking place? Or maybe at the Inner Temple when it happened. Could have killed at least Doixnin.
Okay.
Hold it!
Hmm.
Hold it!
I think this is what I'm supposed to. Yeah, I know.
Just like I thought. But I was lying. If this first visit to the inner temple was really after the incident,
Okay.
you shouldn't know about that piece of evidence.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes, then, Mr. Godot.
Yep, yeah. Okay. The game is at this point starting to give me advice on what to do, which I appreciate. Because this has been going on for a while and I've made a lot of mistakes. And they haven't given me a single checkpoint in that sense. I just need to keep saving them like that.
Objection!
Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. This is like Godot must have come up with that phenomenal statement about, you know, covering Misty Faye in a Western, you know, what was it, Western style or whatever he said. He must have come up with that in his head and was just like, I really want to get a chance to use this. And without further thinking, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna sound so cool when I say this line, without realizing the implications of it. Which is like me making a really dumb joke. Making a really dumb joke without really thinking of the implications. Which I really should think more of, but this is also the only... Damn. I guess Godot must be kinda cool. This is the only time I can relate to him. And it's when making mistakes.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
How do you smell it? Okay, never mind.
The morning after the crime, someone got gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Either Phoenix brought the scroll with him, or that photo is also covered in gravy. He has a photo of the... He took a photo of the scroll and then covered that in gravy to emulate the God, this man is something else.
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Hold it. Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take a look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's his crest there.
And it's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
I guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh!
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place.
Everybody foresaw this situation except Phoenix, apparently.
Can I ask you just one little thing, Trites?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption that I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What do you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Oh, fuck.
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay ordered the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fane Manor for a year.
I'm gonna save here because if I make another mistake like that, it does not let me. That was prompted on me on the fucking spot, and it was gonna be a game over moment. I would need to replay the last 20 minutes.
These instructions were hidden somewhere in Fane Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
I forgot about this part. I actually forgot about. Was that actually on the note? It was. So I did not. I forgot about that. I should have known this. Like because I was wondering like who actually would have opened those, and I'm pretty sure it would have been. It's either Godot or Misty or both. They could have been working together. Surely not. I don't know. I should. Time for conspiracies later.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me.
Was he ready to kill Pearls?
You bet I do.
Well, you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If you really wanted to know, you had one great chance to find out.
Rest of when was that?
During a visit,
Visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of the visits to the detention center.
No.
Was it actually recorded? Or did the guard catch it? How could she be that dumb? How could she be that dumb? That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of these. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Huh. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you? Slams desk. You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness.
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness' life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason to injure Mr. Godot. An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, Wright, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Yeah, we don't have yeah.
There's a very good reason why Mia-Fei's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia-Fei's only sister.
Mia Fey. Doesn't ring a bell.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here.
Shouldn't they, like, I don't know, like, investigate the people that come to court? Of course they wouldn't. Why would they? Oh yeah, once again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it is on the either on the prosecution or on the defense side. Like, the lawyers don't matter one bit. Somebody could have just slapped on red sunglasses and pretended to be, you know, Godot, and they would have been accepted in the court, and then they would be, man, Godot really is not, you know, on his best performance today. And why is he drinking tea instead of, you know, coffee? And they would just be like, well, doesn't matter. Like, somebody did that to Phoenix. They don't care who's on the... They don't care who's the lawyer. They do care who's the liar, though. This is fucking insane.
So Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honest piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is... Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
This really was not as big of a shock as the game probably would want it to be, but...
Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando?
That name rings a bell.
Yes, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case.
This is the theme. This is what they play whenever somebody dies, or whenever there's something sad going on. And this is his ringtone.
All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Fallis killed himself.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, he died. Armando was deemed dead. And Godot is just resurrected, I guess.
Mia-Fei's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Fallis killed himself.
Yeah, this is what wasn't revealed.
Mia, you can't cry yet.
No, this was shown, but like...
The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Are we gonna get more context on that? No, that's it.
I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident.
Oh, okay, actually, that would also make sense why he hates Wright so much. Or Tried, how he likes to call him. Because he was, even if involuntary, he was assisting a Dahlia without knowing. It made the case a lot harder, and then also was present, well, technically should have been there when, you know, Mia died.
Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, that right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspaper at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
He had been drinking so much coffee that he was practically immune to all... Well, he was very resilient to most toxic materials.
My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poisoned a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The one I loved had been murdered.
Yeah, because this is something that confused me. There was talk about how Mia was actually in a relationship with the person that was poisoned. But the way they played off Armando was less a love interest, more just a, like a senior defense attorney. But I guess some time had passed since the, Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
How long you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my skull in hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Huh, good old Mia, she didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slipped away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Wright.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less that way she did.
Huh?
You were the one who was there to protect her. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was solved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role was as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hasakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother?
She had been...
She had been missing for almost 20 years!
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Korean had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. Well, that's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hasakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff.
Yeah, I think I see how this played out. They couldn't exactly stop Pearls. So they had to do it in the only other possible way, which was to make sure that it wasn't Pearls who was going to die. Yeah.
Fair enough. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then. Just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use this sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother?
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean pearls? Don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
just worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean?
She channeled the spirit first, then Pearls would be able to do it herself.
Huh?
As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so the Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Good-o.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Wright.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid before bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot.
Well, Wright. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Okay, this is where I'm gonna save because it's gonna throw me into a situation here, and I don't want to go through that emotionally charged dialogue again. Not because I couldn't handle it. Well, partly because of that, but also because it really downplays the effect of it. Show us beyond a shadow of doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick! Please don't!
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too!
Maya, I know that.
Nick!
Maybe so. Let's absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Like, somebody could have just sat Pearls down and told her, like, so, what your mother told you to do is a very bad idea. Like, I'm not saying I advocate for, you know, imprisoning a child, but surely there would have been other ways. Then again, I guess she was always she was always gonna be at a risk. Like, for as long as she knew of the plan. The moment she knew of the plan, she was at a risk. So, fair enough, actually.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
It's the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. But tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
It's testimony.
Time of the murder.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I would ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, as she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red light went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
There's red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappear all of a sudden.
Huh. Wings break, right? Even the best of theories.
Do we need to scan you for any? Do we have the metal detector still? No? Damn. I was wondering if he has like a little bit of this knife left in it.
Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
I'm telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Time of the murder.
Spirit Harry, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but...
What's harder?
But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. And that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Ma's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. That blood? Was it Dahlia Aldrin's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It's a woman's voice.
Well, that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movements. And also the smell of blood.
I witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. You still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight. And that mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right.
Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then?
Fuck, I apparently...
No reason. I get the feeling that some part of Godo actually wants me to.
yeah, sorry, I skipped that. I thought I was at the...
And what about the killer that stabbed Dahlia? I'm sorry, I don't know. Really, it's true, Nick. I believe you. On this point, I'm sure Maya isn't lying.
Huh. It appears that the darkness has proven to be your undoing, right?
I've got to use this testimony to prove that Godo committed the murder. Which I think I have to do it.
Yeah. I guess that's the part I missed. God, this is actually taking a while. And I feel like I'm not even stuck that long, but this just takes so long. I'm stuck in a pine tree in an inner temple garden. Blood doesn't match the victims. I'm not sure at all as to what he actually wants from me here. Once again, I'm absolutely fucking stun-locked by everything that's happening. Stun lost consciousness, so we can't deny that. Now right in the middle of fight. Knocked off. you know that? Brief movement, smell blood. I mean,
Hold it!
would it be Dahlia's blood though?
Hold it!
I know it's Lion call for help. Is that because he...
Is there anything here that... Is there anything here at all that would indicate... Wait, was this added? No, it was not added. It wasn't added, so nothing changed.
Objection!
No. It's not the knife here. Do I have anything that contradicts the statement? I thought that, like... I thought we could, like, pin the... Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Bunch of blood on the stone lantern. Nothing to do with the Dusky Bridge. The dagger is related, but... I don't think I can pin this on anything yet. That's not relevant. It's not relevant. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. Not sure if that's relevant. This could be relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Don't think that's relevant. Don't see how that's relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not necessarily relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Don't know if it's relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Don't think it's relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Could be relevant. Not relevant. Okay, let me try this.
Objection!
Okay, it's not that. No matter what I try, it's not gonna be, it's not the knife yet. This is so weird. 3 red lights. Splatter with blood. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Objection!
No, it's not that either. It's not that either. I was trying to like, is it like something with the... Okay, which one of these statements actually could prove that it was Godot? Red lights went out and the...
Hold it!
Hmm. Actually, is there something that would... There's something that could... Damn, man, this is tough.
Hold it!
When the moment the lights went out. Wait, what the fuck? This I pressed this again. Okay, so it was Dahlia Hawthorne's voice.
I thought it was a man's voice.
What? What?
I'm pretty sure I pressed this.
So then, the scream came from the killer?
That's got to be it.
Hmm.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still gotta wonder.
That's a contradiction.
I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
Makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
At least he's real with it.
Remember the testimony she gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Ah! Is that right?
She could have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body.
Well, she could attack the attacker with body with the sword poking out. I don't want to. Let's not go into that actually.
The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
Okay, so it is the knife.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Wright.
There's only one thing that I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here.
Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Wow, the game is really just ping-ponging between like kind of difficult ones to like kind of vague and then like really obvious ones. Then again, I mean, I would prefer a balance of things that like you can kind of like you know exactly what like if you think about it, you know exactly where it goes. But well,
Naturally, the attacker the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Zeko was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection!
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? It clearly wasn't the victim's blood. It must be the killer's blood. He must have a wound somewhere on his body.
We're saying the blood on the dagger belongs to a killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove it's your blood.
Nice theory, Wright.
so how about you strip for us then, huh?
Order, in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Huh. Let me ask you something, Wright. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think it would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct. But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Rush, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
It can't be.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony.
Wait a minute!
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya.
This dagger! You said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But Mr. Godo had really been caught with a dagger. His clothes would be bloody and or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That would solve the contradictions pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all.
She's actually correct on this.
Remember back to the day of the murder? Remember that was on the inner temple site got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there.
Mr. Godo was already there waiting for him. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order in the court. What the witness says is...
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he couldn't get any blood on them.
That's impossible, Wright. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you would be frozen solid.
Or then Godot's absolutely smoking hot body would just melted the entire, forest away. Or the snow away from the forest and just replenish the life in the trees and plants. And that would be too big of a giveaway as well.
Huh. And so that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
Yeah, Faye, we're here.
So come on, try it. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You accuse Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not.
Okay. This seems like they're really dragging this one out.
The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it.
Huh, that's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
God, this is such a... I mean, okay, it's the final, so I can get it.
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
One Piece mentioned.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trites.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven with a plot on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been caught by a dagger, there Would have been a blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden!
This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hit the wound.
It's the end of the line, the final stop, right? Let's hear what you got. Where's the location where you say the killer hit his wound?
I'm not sure. Which part does it want me to? I would say the mask because it came off.
Huh. What you talking about? Frankly, I don't need to know. All I know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right? Huh?
Shit, that was correct.
What was that just now? Mia? Can't be. Living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask.
Okay.
During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. Then I would say this whole case is solved.
And what would happen the first time if I got that wrong?
Oh. Just now, I saw her spirit in you.
Huh?
I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot!
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye,
or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect my FA? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom.
Not the first time this has happened, actually.
You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mizukado.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Huh, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist.
I kinda had a feeling this is where this was going. The only reason he would want to, you know, reveal it or he would want to force Phoenix into revealing it.
These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando?
You would do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tamper with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you would like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I would like to say something, Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what? Nobody has ever done this before.
Well, the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? Wait, come the fuck on. Is this really necessary? Do they need to add an extra twist to this?
We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Dog Swallow was killed. No way, it can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship we were... Well, those 8 months, the one that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Why?
I mean, I'm not against this. I'm just saying that this is... Wow.
It wasn't Dahlia? Oh, one day you can forgive me. Feeny. You mean? That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. Also dyed my hair red.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
After she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could.
This actually does explain it. This actually does explain it. Okay, never mind. I take back my statement of why this is necessary. This is absolutely necessary.
There's a police investigation on their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her, so I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I felt like something it was as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. It was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she wouldn't confer with you. And she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Huh? Notice what? My feelings for you, of course. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever it was necessary to stop her. And if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. I'd spent those 8 months by your side. My feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Halter was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over these years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
He didn't know his name. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule out on the murder of the victim, Melis Dugsnim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
not guilty. Oh, fuck me, man. This was long.
Court is now adjourned.
I thought it was gonna be over fast. It was 2 hours even after the... Jesus Christ. February 10, 4:51 p.m. This occurred. Though I was really slow. I did terrible today. I admit that. I was really slow on the draw. Defendant lobby number 1.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? A man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Yeah. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. A man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again today. Someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick!
Maya.
Guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night, when I told Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, things will save everyone in the end.
But
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you had done for us, Nick.
Maya. How can you be so pride and chipper after all that's happened? We're brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered.
Yout!
No. Actually, that works.
Francisco, you still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright?
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one could already know that. Edgeworth and Francisco have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell in the river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch! Don't go embarrassed, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca.
I don't suppose.
No, actually, that's Larry.
There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry!
What's with the longer than usual face?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never any use to anyone, not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it! Everyone would be better if I worked out for Gil!
No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me? Why are you making that face? Huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Do I draw you well too? What?
Maybe they can't possibly catch it by mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
And then you'll do it, like you promised? You got a model for my next
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where did she have gone? No one she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back.
Don't you dare fucking lose her.
Hey, Burley!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realized something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe for the person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
So was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too.
Ow.
Then tell me, Phoenix, right? Who is Maya Faye being strong for?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's something I also been thinking that, like, she didn't know who died exactly on the moment, and it only took her longer to process the, it took her a bit longer to process that, so, like, yeah. It's Gumshoe, because he still isn't being paid his peanuts that he absolutely deserves.
I mean, it's pearls, right? Like, this is the easiest thing. This is pearls. She... Well, I don't know how much of this case she knows, but she failed the channeling. She probably, I don't know how much she knows about the doesn't know how, I'm not sure how much she knows about the case, but she's been through a lot with this. Am I correct, right? She feels like she absolutely failed. This is the only time I'm going to ask for direct advice. Okay, second time. But am I correct on the fact that it's pearls? Because I don't want to get this wrong. This is what I'm gonna go with. If I'm told that it's not pearls, I'll figure it out on myself. But like, I just want to know. Is it pearls? Am I right on this? Okay, thank God. Thank God. I really did not want to fuck this one up. Yeah, no, of course it's super obvious, but I thought, well, to be honest, the whip situation was more of me being silly, and I didn't realize it was gonna have a long-lasting, you know, consequence on the Edgeworth-Francisca, you know, relationship. And the first case, I don't remember what I did wrong, but I know I did something terribly wrong on that.
Palfay. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faith clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, that's why she was so happy. It showed how truly devoted she is to Maya.
But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. What the fuck is that word? Exuberance. I gotta add that to my lexicon. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
There he is!
Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like you got quite the... Ouch! Well, what's that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, listen there. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me.
With what money? Again?
My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by the teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made a reservation at the first-class French restaurant
tonight. Are we gonna have lobster-like meals?
Yeah.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal.
Is it first class because it has 1 star? It's a 1-star restaurant.
Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls.
Fuck.
Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
Thought so too, but so I called the village. No one's heard from her. This never happened. It's a 2-hour-long bus ride. She was just here at the courthouse.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But now this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, but what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right?
We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to.
Wow, how the fuck did she get here? February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Hazakura Temple?
For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we would be eating some mashed potatoes alone tonight. She's here? Pearly's here? Did I say we? I think she said I. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. This is still such a weird looking fucking place. Pearl's not here.
Maya, the hanging scroll.
Ah! Someone clean it off!
It's got to be Pearls.
Wah! Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? I'm Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the things I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You didn't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me.
Huh?
My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I had to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini! Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Gurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter, but still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
And that's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It was the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
Oh, it is a... Okay, fair enough. That's... heresy? A photo? Ah! Yeah, it's gotta be a photo of them, isn't it? Mother!
It's unnatural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's a true measure of what human life is worth. Would you defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question?
Oh my god, that's adorable. Wait.
Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed.
This is fucking great. This is fucking great, actually. That thing, that vase, that urn has been broken down by every fucking generation, I bet.
We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting.
Ah,
This is the day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. This is the beginning. I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare a reservation for the free when you come back. Wahahaha. Alright! We're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Music Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get. I probably don't want to, but
Why is it, Nick?
reservation for training is fine and all. But why for free?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We'll go to the special course naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you would do anything for Music Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
Yeah, he kind of did that, actually. He actually kind of did that.
We'll have a nice big meal right before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Perfection. Absolute cinema. I am doing the pose, but even if there's no camera. Oh shit, I'm gonna be playing through all these.
I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Career and the office manager of Wright and Co-Law offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
They did such a wonderful fucking work with this. Visually, this is a really nice game, and also writing is.
So it's true, Mr. Nick really is a Music Maya's knight in the shiny armor. We went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Ah, pearls. Ever the Cupid.
Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
That's how.
As the time I just don't seem the same. I guess the shabby Oliver is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. I'm in the name of love. A man will soul himself silly.
Okay.
Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasure of Korean exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and I said that I must show you what I've learned.
That. Wow. Implications.
Jesse and I started a company called Mass Consulting. And they can stop in the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh?
Well, I also sell plans to criminals to kind of. I wonder if that's okay. Unless I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
Wait, what? They're selling plans to criminals? I forgot what kind of voice I was doing for Desi.
I want to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Taker.
Wasn't she arrested?
So I lent him $500,000. A special Dick D. One I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Hee hee hee.
Never understood that character exactly, but they're certainly an addition. I feel like they could have done more with her, but
I'm just an old and in the way. I've wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed ways of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
TMI, but also nice.
for the 69 years of age. Wait, he's only 69? Oh god. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Larry! No, Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew his brain circuits would align perfectly. Okay. Oh fuck. No, never. They're not gonna even show. My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazine like us because I provide such a nice visuals. I can hardly wait for yours to come back. I think I missed that line. Wow. No Armstrong? No Armstrong. They didn't want to put... Okay.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Objection!
Thank you, Sam Regal, for delivering a great objection.
Objection!
Thank you, Sean King, for delivering also a great objection.
Objection!
Thank you, Christina Catado, as well, for a great objection.
Objection!
And thanks to James C. Wilson for all that coffee that went in that objection.
Objection!
And also, Janet Su. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Thanks to them as well. And there's a... Oh, Payne was in this one as well. And David Crislip. Wonderful high-pitched objection. That's the last one, right? Yeah, that's the last one. Fair enough. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation. No one is here I guess while I was gone, my little wheels are about to quit, and now I'm... Oh god. And what kind of lone and crazy sentient room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all these flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all this macadamia nuts? If I bring them over to Etchy Poo, I know I really can't accept these, I'm afraid. Or something like that. Alright, oh, I will never be able to gentleman who will... Oh, Jesus Christ, she talks so fucking fast. I couldn't even read that fast. Thanks to all these people that made this game. These are all great. And finally found something I love to do. And Francis Whippity Whip trip is gonna be... turn the art... I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Holy fuck, that was a good line. It's still showing characters. There might be Armstrong still. Nope, no Armstrong. Alright, I have all the important shots from this game. Well, not all of them. I missed the Phoenix and Mia shot, but to be honest, it's fine. Okay, I'll take this one as well, I guess. I don't think I'll be doing much with these, but it's just also nice. Yeah, once I get there. Clear all of Phoenix Wright and his Attorney Trilogy. Holy fuck. This was something. It's super late and I'm just gonna, like... this actually took so long that I, to some degree, I forgot that it was ending because I was so focused on the keeping up with the dialogue for once. Which I did relatively well. Could have done better, but like... this was so fucking good. I generally cannot say just how much I absolutely love this. This was so good. Like, I had my rough parts with it. I was losing my shit for multiple occasions. And to be honest, that was all my fault. I cannot blame the game for that, even though some sections were a little less clear than others. And some of the trials were a little... they were taking leaps. Even the last one, I'm kind of sad to see that you had a couple that were like a little bit on the iffy side of things. But then again, I feel like if I had been super sharp for that, I could have done it. So that was also on me. The game should by no means should it be easy. It's really difficult to balance a game like this where it's like you just make it a point and click adventure. Like just follow the dialogue and you'll be up to date with it. Sometimes it's good that you need to think. So this is really good. It was a lot better than I expected. Before I started the series, I knew the name Phoenix Wright and the Ace Attorney. I had no idea about any of the rest of the characters, and I also had no idea what the game was. I thought it was just gonna be like silly little technically like a couple. I thought it was gonna be like technically a defense attorney simulator in a sense where it was just gonna be like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a couple silly cases in court, and you just need to like make arguments and like show evidence. It turned out to be so much more, and I fucking loved it. I would actually maybe want to talk about this in further extent at a time when it's a bit more fitting. Because it's late right now, and I think my voice is not gonna hold on for long. This was over 4 hours, and this was Maya returning after like, I don't think I've done Maya's voice in a week now. So it's a little harsh on me. But yeah, I'm just gonna call it here. This was wonderful. Thank you all that joined me on this, and once again, thanks to all the people that made this game. I know it's been years, and I don't know what they're doing or working on right now, but this was fucking wonderful. This was so much better than I expected. I'm so happy I played this eventually. I'm so glad I went through with this, even though I questioned myself multiple times during it. Sometimes strength prevails, even in the most unexpected places, like me. Haha. Anyways, I'm not gonna ramble anymore. Thank you all. Bye, sees.